behind gilded palace doors, 30 British royals committed acts so shocking, historians tried to erase them from existence. Secret marriages that toppled dynasties, forbidden lovers who sparked religious wars. Scandals were so explosive, they literally beheaded queens and exiled kings. One affair broke England from Rome, another ended in a mysterious murder. And the darkest secret? The monarchy you know today only exists because of these forbidden romances. They don't want you knowing this version of history. But tonight, every buried truth gets exposed. 30 royals, 30 scandals, and the secrets that will keep you awake. We begin our story in the early 13th century, in an England ruled by one of its most controversial monarchs. King John was not a popular man. His reign, from 1199 to 1216, was marked by military failures, financial desperation, and an increasingly toxic relationship with the powerful barons who were supposed to support him. But among all his political mistakes and strategic blunders, there was one habit that proved particularly inflammatory. The king had a wandering eye, and not just any wandering eye, but one that landed specifically on the wives of his own nobles. Now, mistresses were hardly unusual for medieval kings. Extramarital affairs were almost expected, a privilege of power in an age when royal marriages were political contracts, not love matches. But there were unwritten rules, lines that even a king wasn't supposed to cross. One of those lines was taking the wife of a nobleman as your lover. It was seen not just as adultery, but as a direct insult to the husband's honor. A humiliation that could not be quietly tolerated. According to contemporary chroniclers, King John didn't just cross this line occasionally, he made a habit of it. He was described as sinfully lustful and lacking in piety, complaints that might have been dismissed as mere moralizing, except for one crucial detail. The chroniclers specifically noted that John's mistresses were married noblewomen, which was considered completely unacceptable even by the relaxed standards of the time. These affairs were more than personal indiscretions. They were political dynamite. Imagine being a powerful baron, a man who owned vast estates, commanded armies of knights, and held the power of life and death over his own lands. You're expected to provide military service to the king, to pay taxes to the crown, to support the monarch's wars and policies, and in return you expect respect. You expect your honor to be protected. Now imagine that same king summoning your wife to his chambers, taking her as his mistress, flaunting the relationship in front of the entire court. The humiliation would be absolute. The rage would be personal and deep. We don't know the names of all these women. Medieval chroniclers writing in monasteries and concerned primarily with affairs of state and church rarely bothered to record such details. But we know the pattern existed. We know it contributed to the simmering resentment that was building across England. The barons already had plenty of reasons to hate King John. He had lost most of England's territories in France, lands that had belonged to his family for generations. The defeat at the Battle of Bouvines in 1214 was particularly devastating, both militarily and financially. John had raised enormous taxes to fund that campaign, squeezing his nobles for every penny he could extract. When it all ended in humiliating failure, the resentment turned to fury. But the financial and military grievances were only part of the story. There was a personal element too. John was paranoid, suspicious, and cruel. He took hostages from noble families to ensure their loyalty, holding their children as insurance against rebellion. He charged extortionate fees for everything from inheriting land to avoiding forced marriages, and when nobles displeased him, he could be ruthless. The most infamous case involved William de Braose, a powerful lord who held lands in Ireland. When de Braose refused to pay an astronomical sum demanded by the king, John imprisoned his wife Maud and one of their sons. They died in captivity, reportedly starved to death. This wasn't just political punishment. This was personal cruelty. Against this backdrop of financial exploitation, military failure, and personal vindictiveness, John's affairs with noblemen's wives weren't just scandalous, they were provocative. They were insults added to injury. Some historians have speculated that John may have even used his knowledge of marital indiscretions as a form of blackmail, gathering information about nobles' private lives and using it to maintain control. Whether true or not, the atmosphere was one of deep mistrust and resentment. By 1215, that resentment had reached a breaking point. A group of rebel barons renounced their feudal ties to the king and marched on London with an army they called, with no shortage of drama, the Army of God. They took the capital along with other key cities, and suddenly John found himself in an impossible position. He could fight, but he risked losing everything. Or he could negotiate. The result was Magna Carta, the Great Charter, sealed at Runnymede on June 15, 1215. Now Magna Carta has become mythologized over the centuries as a foundational document of democracy and human rights. In reality, it was a peace treaty hammered out between a desperate king and angry armed nobles. Most of its clauses dealt with very specific baronial complaints about taxation, inheritance rights, and royal abuses of power, but embedded in those specific grievances was a broader principle. The idea that even a king was subject to law, that royal power had limits. Did John's affairs directly cause Magna Carta? No, that would be an oversimplification. The charter arose from a complex web of political, military, and economic factors. But those affairs were part of the pattern of royal abuse that made compromise impossible and rebellion inevitable. They were personal violations that made the political grievances feel more urgent, more visceral. When you've been financially exploited, militarily humiliated, and personally dishonored, you don't just negotiate, you demand change. And change they got, though not in the way anyone expected. John never intended to honor Magna Carta. Within weeks, he had persuaded Pope Innocent III to annul it, and England descended into civil war. John died suddenly in 1216, possibly from dysentery, leaving the throne to his 9-year-old son. The boy became Henry III, and his regents reissued Magna Carta as a peace offering. Over time, the charter became embedded in English law, a symbol that would outlive its immediate political context and become something far more significant. All because a king couldn't keep his hands off other men's wives, among his many other failings. But if King John's affairs contributed to the constitutional revolution, the next royal relationship on our list was more personal, more passionate, and ultimately more tragic. We move forward about 90 years to the reign of Edward II, a king who loved unwisely and lost everything. Edward II became king in 1307, inheriting not just a throne, but impossibly large expectations. His father, Edward I, had been a warrior king, a man who'd spent his reign hammering the Scots and expanding English power. He was called the Hammer of the Scots, a nickname that tells you everything about his reputation for ruthless military effectiveness. His son Edward was not that man, not even close. From the beginning, Edward II seemed more interested in his companions than in governance. And there was one companion in particular who dominated his attention completely. Piers Gaveston was a Gascon knight, meaning he came from what is now southern France. He was handsome, charming, witty, and apparently completely magnetic to the young king. Edward lavished attention, titles, and wealth on Gaveston from the moment he took the throne, actually even before that. Edward I had been so concerned about his son's attachment to Gaveston that he'd exiled the knight shortly before his death. One of Edward II's first acts as king was to recall him. The relationship between Edward and Gaveston has been debated by historians for centuries. Were they lovers in the physical sense, or was this an intense romantic friendship of the type that was more common and accepted in medieval culture? The evidence is ambiguous, frustratingly so for those who want clear answers. What we know for certain is that Edward's devotion to Gaveston was absolute, public, and politically disastrous. Edward made Gaveston the Earl of Cornwall, one of the richest and most prestigious titles in England. This would have been controversial enough if Gaveston had been a powerful English nobleman with lands and lineage to justify such an honor. But he was a foreigner with no significant power base, elevated purely because the king adored him. Edward gave him estates, jewels, and political power. When Edward married Isabella of France in 1308, Gaveston appeared at the wedding wearing such magnificent clothes that he outshone even the king. Worse, Edward seemed to pay more attention to Gaveston than to his new bride. The French royal family who had traveled to England for the wedding were scandalized. But the English barons were beyond scandalized. They were furious. Here was this upstart foreigner, this nobody, strutting around the court with more influence than men whose families had served the crown for generations. Gaveston didn't help matters. By all accounts, he was arrogant and loved to mock the nobles with cutting nicknames. He called the Earl of Warwick the Black Dog of Arden. The Earl of Lancaster was the churl. The Earl of Gloucester was the cuckold's bird. These weren't affectionate jokes. They were insults, and they came from a man who had the king's protection and seemed untouchable. The barons forced Edward to exile Gaveston multiple times. Each time, Edward found a way to bring him back. He couldn't seem to help himself. His need for Gaveston's company outweighed every political consideration, every warning, every threat. Finally, in 1312, the barons had enough. They captured Gaveston and, without any pretense of a trial, executed him. They murdered him, essentially, though they called it justice. Edward was devastated. Contemporary accounts describe him weeping, refusing food, threatening vengeance. He never forgave the men responsible, and the murder poisoned his reign. The king's relationship with his nobles never recovered. His judgment became increasingly erratic. He eventually took other favorites, including Hugh Despenser the Younger, another man who wielded enormous influence and generated enormous resentment, but none replaced Gaveston in his affections. The tragedy of Edward II is that his love, or whatever it was, for Gaveston made him a terrible king. Not because the relationship itself was wrong or immoral, though many contemporaries certainly saw it that way, but because Edward allowed that relationship to override every other consideration. He elevated one man above all others, ignored wise counsel, and alienated the very people whose support he needed to rule effectively. When you're a medieval king, you can't afford to govern based purely on personal affection. Power requires pragmatism. Edward never learned that lesson. His reign ended in disaster. His wife Isabella, who had been ignored and humiliated, eventually led a rebellion against him with her lover Roger Mortimer. Edward was deposed in 1327 and died in captivity shortly after. The official story was about natural causes. The rumors were much darker, involving methods of murder specifically chosen to leave no visible marks. Methods too gruesome to describe in detail but whispered about for centuries. Whether the rumors were true or propaganda designed to horrify Edward's enemies, they became part of his legend. A king who loved the wrong man, who refused to listen to reason, and who paid the ultimate price. But Edward II was not the only medieval English king whose affections caused political chaos. His great-great-grandson Richard II followed a remarkably similar path. Though with different players and slightly different circumstances, Richard became king as a child in 1377 and spent much of his reign trying to assert royal authority against powerful nobles who thought they could control him. Like Edward II, Richard formed an intensely close relationship with a particular favorite who would become the focus of baronial rage. His name was Robert de Vere, and he would become Richard's greatest vulnerability. Robert de Vere was the 9th Earl of Oxford, which meant he came from a genuinely powerful English family, unlike Gaveston. But that didn't make the barons any more accepting of his relationship with the king. Richard elevated de Vere to unprecedented heights. He made him Marquess of Dublin, the first Marquess in English history, a title so new and so high that it sparked immediate controversy. Then Richard went further and created De Vere Duke of Ireland, giving him essentially viceregal powers over that troubled kingdom. The closeness between Richard and De Vere was obvious to everyone at court. They dined together constantly. They hunted together. De Vere had access to the king at all hours. Royal grants and favors flowed to him in a steady stream. When Richard married Anne of Bohemia, she seems to have been relegated to the sidelines while De Vere remained the king's primary companion. The pattern was disturbingly similar to Edward II and Gaveston, and many of the nobles who remembered that disastrous reign saw the parallels and worried. There were rumors, of course, about the nature of the relationship. Some chroniclers hinted at something beyond friendship. Others insisted it was merely an unusually intense bond of loyalty and affection. As with Edward and Gaveston, we'll probably never know the full truth. Medieval people didn't categorize relationships the way we do now, and the evidence is too fragmentary and biased to give us certainty. What we do know is that Richard's favoritism toward De Vere provoked a major political crisis. In 1387, a group of powerful nobles, calling themselves the Lords Appellant, rose up to curb the king's power and remove his favorites from court. De Vere led a royal army against them, but was decisively defeated at the Battle of Radcat Bridge. He fled the country, escaping to France, where he would spend the rest of his life in exile. He died there in 1392, reportedly from injuries sustained in a boar hunting accident, though some whispered it was more sinister than that. Richard never forgave the Lords Appellant for taking De Vere from him. He reportedly kept De Vere's possessions, wore clothing that bore his emblem, and maintained a kind of devotion to his memory. Some accounts suggest Richard even had De Vere's body brought back to England years later so he could view it one final time before burial. Whether that's true or embellished legend, it speaks to the depth of Richard's attachment. The king's inability to let go of his grievances, his obsession with revenge against the men who'd humiliated him, would eventually prove his undoing. Richard became increasingly autocratic and paranoid. He purged enemies, declared his will to be law, and generally behaved like a tyrant. In 1399, while Richard was in Ireland, his cousin Henry Bolingbroke, one of the former Lords Appellant, invaded England and seized the throne. Richard was captured, forced to abdicate, and died in captivity the following year. Like Edward II, he was a king destroyed in part by his inability to balance personal affection with political reality. Moving forward through the 15th century, we encounter a different kind of royal scandal, though one with equally dramatic consequences. After decades of civil war between rival branches of the royal family, the Wars of the Roses, a new king emerged. Edward IV was young, handsome, charismatic, and victorious. He'd won the throne through military prowess, and he was expected to make a politically advantageous marriage to cement his dynasty's position. Instead, he did something shockingly reckless. He married for love. Elizabeth Woodville was beautiful, intelligent, and completely inappropriate as a queen. She was a widow with 2 children from her first marriage. Her late husband had fought for the opposing side in the Wars of the Roses. She had no significant political connections or foreign alliances to offer. And perhaps most problematically, she was English, which meant Edward's marriage to her brought none of the international diplomatic benefits that a foreign royal bride would have provided. According to the traditional story, Edward met Elizabeth when she petitioned him to restore her late husband's lands. He was immediately smitten. He tried to seduce her. She resisted, holding out for marriage, and Edward, in a moment of lust or love, or both, agreed. They married in secret in 1464, without consulting Edward's powerful advisor, the Earl of Warwick, who was at that very moment negotiating a French marriage alliance for the king. When Edward finally revealed the marriage, the political fallout was immediate. Warwick was humiliated and furious. Other nobles were scandalized. Elizabeth's family, the Woodvilles, suddenly found themselves elevated from relative obscurity to the highest levels of power. Elizabeth's father became an earl. Her siblings and relatives received titles, lands, and advantageous marriages. The speed and scale of Woodville advancement created enormous resentment among the established nobility. But the marriage itself was valid, recognized by the church, and produced legitimate heirs. Edward and Elizabeth had 10 children together, including 2 sons who stood in line for the throne. For nearly 2 decades, it seemed Edward's impulsive secret marriage might actually work out despite its controversial beginnings. But then Edward died suddenly in 1483, and everything fell apart. Edward's brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, moved quickly to seize control. He claimed that Edward's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid all along, because Edward had been pre-contracted to marry another woman, Lady Eleanor Butler, before he wed Elizabeth. A pre-contract was essentially a form of engagement that, under medieval church law, could make a subsequent marriage invalid if the pre-contract hadn't been properly dissolved. Richard's claim was that because Edward had promised to marry Eleanor Butler first, his marriage to Elizabeth was bigamous and illegal. Therefore, all their children were illegitimate. Therefore, Richard himself was the rightful king. This is where royal affairs intersect with one of English history's most enduring mysteries. If Richard's claim about the pre-contract was true, it meant Edward IV had engaged in what was essentially an affair with Elizabeth Woodville while already promised to another woman. If it was false, it was a convenient political fabrication designed to steal the throne from Edward's sons. We'll probably never know which version is true. Lady Eleanor Butler was long dead by 1483 and couldn't testify one way or another. The evidence, such as it was, came from a single bishop who claimed to have knowledge of the pre-contract but whose testimony cannot be independently verified. What we do know is that Richard used this claim to have Edward's sons, the famous princes in the Tower, declared illegitimate. The boys were removed from the royal apartments in the Tower of London and never seen again. Whether Richard had them murdered, whether they died of natural causes, or whether they survived and escaped, has been debated for more than 5 centuries. But the pre-contract claim, the allegation that Edward IV's passionate secret marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid from the start, provided the legal justification for everything that followed. Richard III's reign was brief and controversial, ending at the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485, when Henry Tudor defeated him and became Henry VII. The Tudor dynasty had begun, and with it came a whole new era of royal scandals, but none would be quite as consequential as the affair that drove Henry VIII, Henry VII's son, to break England away from the Roman Catholic Church and establish a religious revolution. We all know the basic story. Henry VIII wanted to divorce his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, to marry Anne Boleyn. The Pope refused to grant the annulment. So Henry declared himself supreme head of the Church of England, dissolved the monasteries, and married Anne anyway. The English Reformation, one of the most significant events in British history, started because a king fell in love with a woman who wasn't his wife. But the full story is more complicated, more fascinating, and more scandalous than that simple summary suggests. Henry married Catherine of Aragon in 1509, shortly after becoming king. She had previously been married to his older brother Arthur, but Arthur had died just months after the wedding. Catherine insisted throughout her life that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, that she had come to Henry's bed a virgin. This mattered enormously because of a passage in the Old Testament book of Leviticus that said if a man marries his brother's widow, they will be childless. The Pope at the time had granted a special dispensation allowing Henry to marry his brother's widow anyway, but that dispensation would become the center of enormous controversy later. For nearly 20 years, Henry and Catherine's marriage seemed stable enough. They had one surviving child, Princess Mary, born in 1516, but they had no sons. Catherine had been pregnant multiple times, but the babies either died in infancy or were stillborn. By the mid-1520s, Catherine was in her 40s and past childbearing age. Henry, desperate for a male heir to secure the Tudor dynasty, began to believe that his marriage was cursed. He convinced himself that by marrying his brother's widow, he had sinned against God's law, and that his lack of sons was divine punishment. And then he met Anne Boleyn. Anne was not conventionally beautiful by the standards of her time. She was described as having dark hair, dark eyes, and a slender neck. She had grown up partly in France, serving in the household of the French queen, and she brought French sophistication and style to the English court. She could sing, play musical instruments, dance, and converse wittily. Most importantly, she was intelligent, ambitious, and unwilling to become just another royal mistress. Henry's interest in Anne began around 1526. His previous mistresses had included Anne's own sister, Mary Boleyn, which by our standards would make the whole situation rather uncomfortable. By medieval standards, it was unusual, but not unheard of. What made Anne different was her refusal to sleep with Henry outside of marriage. She knew that mistresses came and went, forgotten once the king's interest waned. But a wife, a queen, that was power. That was permanent. That was a chance to change history. Anne's strategy was brilliant and risky in equal measure. She kept Henry interested, but unsatisfied. She allowed courtship, but refused consummation. Contemporary accounts suggest that their relationship remained unconsummated for about 7 years, an extraordinary exercise in delayed gratification on both sides. Henry wrote her passionate letters, 17 of which survive today in the Vatican Library. In them, he calls her his mistress, meaning not his sexual mistress, but the woman who has mastery over his heart. He signs himself her loyal servant. He counts the hours until he can see her again. But Anne wasn't just playing games with the king's affections. She had a genuine vision for religious reform in England. She was sympathetic to the new Protestant ideas coming from continental Europe. She shared books with Henry about limiting papal authority and expanding royal power over the church. Whether she genuinely believed in these reforms or simply saw them as a path to the throne is debatable. Probably it was both. People are complicated, and Anne Boleyn was nothing if not complicated. Henry began the long, frustrating process of trying to get his marriage to Catherine annulled. He argued that the original papal dispensation allowing him to marry his brother's widow had been invalid, that the marriage had been against God's law from the start and therefore could be dissolved. Catherine fought back fiercely. She insisted her first marriage had never been consummated, and therefore there was no impediment to marrying Henry. She had powerful allies, including her nephew Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, who was the most powerful monarch in Europe and had significant influence over the Pope. The case dragged on for years. A special papal court was convened in England to hear arguments. Henry's chief minister, Cardinal Wolsey, tried desperately to negotiate a solution, but the Pope, Clement VII, was in an impossible position. He couldn't rule against Catherine without angering Emperor Charles. He couldn't rule for Catherine without angering Henry. So he delayed, prevaricated, and eventually recalled the case to Rome, where it could be postponed indefinitely. Henry's patience ran out. Wolsey fell from power, dying shortly after while under arrest for treason. A new generation of advisors, including Thomas Cromwell and Thomas Cranmer, began implementing a radical solution. If the Pope wouldn't grant the annulment, England would simply stop recognizing papal authority. A series of acts passed through Parliament between 1532 and 1534, gradually transferred religious authority from Rome to the English crown. The Act of Supremacy in 1534 officially declared Henry the supreme head of the Church of England. Meanwhile, Henry and Anne had finally consummated their relationship. Anne became pregnant in late 1532. They married secretly in January 1533, while Henry was technically still married to Catherine in the eyes of the Catholic Church. By June 1533, Anne was crowned queen in a magnificent ceremony at Westminster Abbey. In September, she gave birth to a daughter, the future Elizabeth I. By October, but the story doesn't end happily for Anne. The daughter she bore was not the son Henry so desperately wanted. She suffered miscarriages. Her sharp tongue and proud manner, which had intrigued Henry during their courtship, began to irritate him as a husband. There were rumors of other miscarriages, including one that was supposedly a deformed fetus, though this may have been later propaganda. By 1536, just 3 years after their marriage, Henry had become interested in another woman, Jane Seymour, one of Anne's own ladies-in-waiting. Thomas Cromwell, the king's chief minister, orchestrated Anne's downfall with brutal efficiency. She was arrested on charges of adultery with multiple men, including her own brother George Boleyn, as well as treason and plotting to kill the king. The charges were almost certainly false, fabricated to give Henry a way out of his marriage. The evidence was thin to non-existent, but Anne had enemies, and Henry wanted to be rid of her. That was enough. She was tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. On May 19, 1536, Anne Boleyn was beheaded by a French swordsman brought specially from Calais for the execution. She was around 35 years old. Her daughter Elizabeth was declared illegitimate, just as Mary had been after Catherine's marriage was annulled. Henry married Jane Seymour just 11 days after Anne's execution. The affair between Henry and Anne Boleyn changed England forever. The break from Rome, the dissolution of the monasteries, the establishment of royal supremacy over the English Church, all of these world historical events began with a king's obsession with a clever, ambitious woman who refused to be just another mistress. It's a staggering thought. One affair, one refusal to consummate until marriage, one determination on both sides to get what they wanted, regardless of consequences, and the religious map of Europe was redrawn. The human cost was enormous. Catherine of Aragon died in exile, separated from her daughter, her titles stripped away. Anne Boleyn died on a scaffold, falsely accused of crimes she almost certainly didn't commit. Thomas More, the former Lord Chancellor and one of England's greatest scholars, was executed for refusing to accept Henry as head of the church. Bishop John Fisher met the same fate. The monasteries were destroyed, their wealth seized, centuries of religious art and learning scattered or lost. Religious civil war would plague England for the next century and a half, with thousands dying in conflicts between Catholic and Protestant factions. Was it worth it? That's a question without a clear answer. The Protestant Reformation in England would have happened eventually, many historians argue, driven by broader European trends and theological developments. But it happened when and how it did because Henry VIII wanted Anne Boleyn, and Anne Boleyn wanted to be queen. Personal desire intersected with religious politics, fiscal greed, nationalism, and theological debate to create a perfect storm of historical change. And here's perhaps the greatest irony. The daughter Anne bore, the daughter who was declared illegitimate after her mother's execution, would eventually become Elizabeth I, one of England's greatest monarchs. Under Elizabeth's 45-year reign, England would become a major European power, defeat the Spanish Armada, foster a golden age of literature and exploration, and establish the foundations of the British Empire. All of that, in a strange way, flowed from her mother's affair with her father. History has a dark sense of humor. We've traveled through centuries of royal scandal, from King John's provocative affairs with noblemen's wives that helped spark the Magna Carta Rebellion, through Edward II's doomed love for Piers Gaveston, Richard II's fatal devotion to Robert de Vere, Edward IV's impulsive secret marriage to Elizabeth Woodville and the succession crisis it eventually caused, and finally to Henry VIII's earth-shattering affair with Anne Boleyn that broke England from Rome and launched the Protestant Reformation. These were not just bedroom scandals. They were events that toppled governments, rewrote constitutions, sparked wars, and changed the religious allegiance of an entire nation. The medieval period shows us that royal affairs were never merely personal. In an age when the king was not just a political leader but a symbol of divine order, when marriage was primarily a political tool and succession was everything, who the king loved and who he bedded could determine the fate of kingdoms. The barons who forced King John to sign Magna Carta weren't just angry about taxes and military failures. They were angry about personal insults, about their honor being trampled, about a king who seemed to respect nothing and no one. Edward II and Richard II both learned too late that you cannot rule based purely on personal affection, that favoritism creates enemies, and that enemies with armies can destroy you. And Henry VIII, the king who has become almost a caricature in popular imagination with his 6 wives and his massive bulk and his casual cruelty, Henry shows us how personal obsession can drive historical change on a scale that reshapes civilization. He wanted Anne Boleyn. He couldn't have her without ending his marriage to Catherine. He couldn't end that marriage without defying the Pope. He couldn't defy the Pope without breaking from Rome. He couldn't break from Rome without creating a new church structure. Each step seemed logical, even necessary, in the moment. Each step led to the next, and at the end of that chain of decisions, England was Protestant, the monasteries were destroyed, and the political and religious map of Europe was forever changed. These 8 stories from medieval England are just the beginning. The pattern continues through the centuries, through the Tudors and Stuarts, through the Georgian scandals and Victorian secrets, all the way to the modern tabloid era. Royal affairs keep happening because kings and queens, for all their power and privilege, are still human. They still fall in love, they still feel desire, they still make terrible decisions in the heat of passion, and because they're royal, those decisions echo through history. The scaffold at the Tower of London had seen many deaths, but few as dramatic as the execution of Anne Boleyn in May 1536. Her affair with Henry VIII had broken England from Rome, sparked a religious revolution, and crowned her as queen. 3 years later, she knelt on that scaffold, her dark hair hidden beneath a white cap, and faced the French swordsman who would end her life with a single stroke. But even as Anne's story ended, another was already beginning. Because Henry VIII affairs didn't stop with Anne Boleyn. In fact, they were just getting started. Jane Seymour had been one of Anne Boleyn's ladies-in-waiting. She was everything Anne was not. Where Anne was dark and vivacious, Jane was pale and demure. Where Anne was witty and sharp-tongued, Jane was quiet and submissive. Where Anne had resisted Henry's advances for years, holding out for marriage, Jane seemed to have been carefully positioned by ambitious family members and court advisors, who saw an opportunity in the king's growing dissatisfaction with his second wife. The exact timeline of when Henry's interest in Jane began is unclear, but by early 1536 it was obvious to court observers that the king had a new favorite. Anne Boleyn was still queen, still legally Henry's wife, but she could feel the ground shifting beneath her feet. She had suffered a miscarriage in January 1536, reportedly of a male child. The loss was devastating on multiple levels. Henry desperately wanted a son, an heir to secure the Tudor dynasty. Anne's failure to provide one was becoming a political liability as much as a personal tragedy. Henry started spending more time with Jane. He gave her gifts. He wrote her letters. The pattern was familiar to anyone who had watched the king's courtship of Anne years earlier. But there was a crucial difference this time. Jane had been carefully coached by her brothers and by Thomas Cromwell, the king's chief minister, who had his own reasons for wanting Anne Boleyn removed from power. Jane knew not to sleep with Henry outside of marriage. She knew to be modest, to be virtuous, to present herself as the opposite of everything Anne had become in Henry's eyes. There's a famous story, possibly apocryphal but revealing nonetheless, about Jane returning a purse of gold coins that Henry had sent her. She fell to her knees and told the messenger to beg the king to consider that she was a gentlewoman of good and honorable family, and that she would rather die than dishonor herself by becoming his mistress. She would only accept such a gift when God sent her a husband. The message was clear. If Henry wanted Jane Seymour, he would have to marry her, and to marry her, he would have to get rid of Anne. Thomas Cromwell provided the mechanism. In April 1536, a court musician named Mark Smeaton was arrested and possibly under torture, confessed to adultery with the Queen. This single confession, extracted under who knows what duress, became the foundation for a spectacular conspiracy theory. Suddenly, Anne was accused of adultery with multiple men, including several courtiers and her own brother George Boleyn. The charges expanded to include plotting to murder the king and having sex with 5 different men, crimes that constituted treason punishable by death. The evidence was laughably thin. The dates provided for the alleged affairs often didn't match Anne's whereabouts. The testimonies were contradictory. But evidence didn't really matter. Henry wanted out of his marriage, and powerful men at court wanted Anne gone. She was too proud, too reformist in her religious views, too willing to voice opinions on policy matters. Queens were supposed to be decorative and breeding stock. Anne had tried to be influential, and that was unforgivable. The trial was a foregone conclusion. Anne and the accused men were convicted. George Boleyn was executed first, along with the other men. Anne followed 2 days later. She made a dignified speech on the scaffold, praising the king and accepting her fate with remarkable composure. Then the sword fell, and it was over. 11 days later, on May 30, 1536, Henry VIII married Jane Seymour. There was no long courtship period, no waiting for propriety's sake. The king had what he wanted, and he didn't see any reason to delay. The affair that had begun while Anne was still queen, that had probably helped motivate Anne's execution, had now reached its goal. Jane was queen, and unlike Anne, she would give Henry what he desperately craved. In October 1537, Jane gave birth to a son, Edward. The kingdom rejoiced. Church bells rang across England. Bonfires were lit. Finally, Henry had his legitimate male heir. The Tudor succession was secure. But the celebration was short-lived. Jane Seymour died just 12 days after giving birth, probably from an infection or complications related to the delivery. She was around 28 years old. Henry was genuinely grief-stricken. Of all his wives, he seems to have been most fond of Jane, perhaps because she had given him his son, perhaps because she died before he could tire of her. He wore mourning black for months. He had her buried with full royal honors at Windsor Castle, and years later he requested to be buried beside her. The affair that had begun as court intrigue while his previous wife still lived became in death something approaching genuine affection in Henry's memory. But a grieving king was still a king, and a king needed a wife. Henry's advisors began looking for another bride. This time they focused on foreign princesses, hoping to forge useful diplomatic alliances. The search led them to Anne of Cleves, a German Protestant princess, whose portrait, painted by Hans Holbein, made her look attractive enough for Henry's purposes. The marriage was arranged, and Anne traveled to England in late 1539. The meeting between Henry and Anne was a disaster. Henry, ever the romantic, decided to surprise his bride-to-be by visiting her in disguise, imagining some chivalric scene where she would recognize her true love despite his costume. Instead, Anne was confused and put off by this strange fat man in ridiculous clothes, who burst into her chambers unannounced. Henry, for his part, was disappointed by Anne's appearance in person. He reportedly told Cromwell that he did not like her, and said she looked like a Flanders mare. The marriage went ahead anyway, because breaking it off would have caused a diplomatic incident, but it was never consummated. Henry found excuses to avoid the marriage bed. Within months, the marriage was annulled on grounds of non-consummation and a dubious claim of a prior betrothal. Anne sensibly agreed to everything. She was given a generous settlement, including castles and estates, and she lived comfortably in England for the rest of her life as the king's beloved sister. She had dodged a bullet, really. Being an ex-wife of Henry VIII was far safer than being a current one. But even as the annulment was being arranged, Henry had already found his next target. Catherine Howard was young, pretty, vivacious, and related to Anne Boleyn. She was Anne's first cousin, in fact, which didn't seem to bother Henry in the slightest. Catherine was in her late teens, while Henry was approaching 50, massively overweight, suffering from painful leg ulcers, and increasingly paranoid and tyrannical. But he was the king, and when the king showed interest, you didn't refuse. Catherine became queen in July 1540, just 3 weeks after the annulment from Anne of Cleves. Henry called her his rose without a thorn, and lavished her with jewels, gowns, and attention. He seemed rejuvenated by this young bride. Court observers noted that he appeared happier and more energetic. For a while, it looked like the marriage might actually work. But Catherine Howard had a past. Before becoming queen, she had been involved with at least 2 men. One was her music teacher, Henry Mannix, who had apparently engaged in sexual behavior with her when she was very young, possibly as young as 13. More seriously, she had been involved with Francis Derham, a young man who had been part of the household where Catherine grew up. Their relationship had been sexual, and according to some accounts, serious enough that they may have considered themselves betrothed, though no formal engagement had been made. When Catherine became queen, some of the people who knew about these past relationships began to see opportunities for advancement. Thomas Culpeper, a gentleman of the king's privy chamber and a distant relation of Catherine's, began to pursue the new queen, and Catherine, unwisely and perhaps recklessly, responded. They met secretly, late at night, in chambers where they could be alone. Whether their relationship was actually sexual is still debated by historians. The evidence is contradictory. But they were definitely meeting in secret, and in the paranoid court of Henry VIII, even the appearance of impropriety could be fatal. At the same time, Francis Derham reappeared, apparently expecting to benefit from his former relationship with the Queen. Catherine, in a move that defies rational explanation, appointed him as her private secretary. She either thought she could manage the situation, or she was too inexperienced and foolish to understand the danger, or perhaps both. The whole house of cards came tumbling down in November 1541. Archbishop Thomas Cranmer received information about Catherine's past with Mannix and Derham. He informed the king during All Saints' Day Mass. Henry initially refused to believe it. He ordered an investigation, confident it would clear his rose without a thorn of any wrongdoing. The investigation did the opposite. Under interrogation, servants talked. Derham confessed to his premarital relationship with Catherine. Then came testimony about Culpeper's secret meetings with the Queen. Letters between Catherine and Culpeper were discovered. The details that emerged painted a picture of a queen who had at the very least been extremely indiscreet and quite possibly had committed adultery, which for a queen was high treason. Henry was devastated and furious in equal measure. He had genuinely cared for Catherine, or at least for the idea of Catherine, this young, beautiful woman who made him feel young again. The betrayal, or what he perceived as betrayal, cut deep. He reportedly wept in front of his council, raging about the misfortune he had with his wives. Catherine and the men involved were doomed. Thomas Culpeper and Francis Derham were executed in December 1541. Catherine herself was attainted for treason by an Act of Parliament. She was beheaded at the Tower of London on February 13, 1542. She was probably around 19 years old. According to legend, she spent the night before her execution practicing how to lay her head on the block, wanting to die with dignity. Whether true or not, she went to her death with composure, asking for mercy for her family. The affair between Henry VIII and Catherine Howard was different from his relationship with Anne Boleyn or Jane Seymour. This wasn't a great love that changed the course of history. This was an aging king trying to recapture his youth with a teenage bride, and a girl who was either foolish or desperate or both, making choices that cost her life. It's a darker story, one that reveals Henry at his most pathetic and most dangerous. By 1542, he was no longer the athletic, charismatic prince who had ascended to the throne. He was a tyrant, physically decaying, mentally unstable, and absolutely convinced of his own righteousness, even as he sent yet another wife to the scaffold. Henry married once more, to Catherine Parr in 1543. She was a mature widow, sensible and educated, and she managed to survive him by being careful, diplomatic, and smart enough to avoid the mistakes of her predecessors. When Henry died in 1547, Catherine Parr became the first wife to outlive him. She had succeeded by not being interesting enough to provoke his rage or his wandering eye. While Henry VIII's affairs and marriages were reshaping England's religious and political landscape, events north of the border in Scotland were following their own dramatic trajectory. But our story returns to England and moves forward a few decades to the reign of Elizabeth I, the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, who would have her own complicated relationship with love, power, and scandal. Elizabeth became queen in 1558 at the age of 25. She inherited a kingdom torn by religious conflict, economically weak, and internationally isolated. She would rule for 45 years, dying in 1603 at the age of 69, having never married and leaving no direct heir. The Virgin Queen, she was called, though whether she actually died a virgin is one of history's great questions. The most enduring love story of Elizabeth's life, if it was love, involved Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester. Dudley was handsome, charismatic, ambitious, and someone Elizabeth had known since childhood. His father had been executed for treason during the brief reign of Lady Jane Grey. Robert himself had been imprisoned in the Tower of London at the same time as Elizabeth, during the reign of her half-sister Mary Firth. They had history. When Elizabeth became queen, she immediately made Dudley her Master of Horse, an important position that gave him constant access to her presence. The relationship between queen and courtier quickly became the subject of intense speculation. They spent hours together daily. They hunted together, danced together, conversed late into the night. Elizabeth gave him apartments next to her own. She lavished gifts and honors on him. The Spanish ambassador reported that Elizabeth visited Dudley in his chambers and stayed so long that tongues were wagging all over the court. There was one enormous problem. Robert Dudley was married. His wife, Amy Robsart, lived quietly in the countryside while her husband enjoyed the Queen's favor at court. This arrangement was not unusual for the time. Ambitious men often left their wives at home while they pursued advancement at court, but Dudley's situation was complicated by the obvious fact that his sovereign was in love with him, or at least infatuated, and if he were free to marry, he would be a viable candidate to become king consort. On September 8, 1560, Amy Robsart was found dead at the bottom of a staircase, Cumnor Place in Oxfordshire. Her neck was broken. There were no witnesses. The circumstances were immediately suspicious. Rumors exploded across England and Europe. Had Dudley murdered his wife to clear the way to marry the Queen? Had the Queen ordered Amy's death? Had it been a genuine accident or suicide? Or something else entirely? An inquest was held quickly. The verdict was death by misfortune, essentially an accidental fall. But the verdict satisfied almost no one. Dudley's enemies were convinced he was guilty. Elizabeth's advisors were horrified by the scandal. Foreign ambassadors sent excited dispatches to their home countries about the murder and the Queen's potential involvement. The damage to Elizabeth's reputation, both domestically and internationally, was severe. Elizabeth, whatever her personal feelings, was too politically astute to marry Dudley after Anne's death. The scandal made it impossible. If she married him now, everyone would assume she had been complicit in his wife's murder, whether true or not. Her legitimacy as queen, already somewhat shaky given that she was the daughter of Anne Boleyn and had been declared illegitimate by her father, could not survive that level of scandal. So Elizabeth didn't marry Robert Dudley, but she didn't give him up either. He remained her favorite for decades, though she eventually allowed him to marry Lytis Knollys in 1578, which reportedly sent Elizabeth into a jealous rage when she found out. Dudley remained in high favor, holding important military and political positions until his death in 1588. Elizabeth mourned him deeply, reportedly keeping the last letter he wrote to her until her own death 15 years later. The mystery of Amy Robsart's death has never been conclusively solved. Modern historians have proposed various theories. Some believe it was truly an accident. Others point out that Amy may have been suffering from breast cancer, which could have weakened her bones and made a fatal fall more likely, or could have driven her to suicide. Still others argue that she was murdered, though whether by Dudley, by Elizabeth's agents, by someone else with an interest in causing scandal, or by accident during a struggle, remains unknown. What we do know is that the affair, or whatever it was, between Elizabeth and Robert Dudley was intense, long-lasting, and politically significant. Elizabeth's refusal to marry became one of the defining aspects of her reign. She was courted by numerous foreign princes and used marriage negotiations as diplomatic tools without ever actually committing to marriage. Whether her relationship with Dudley was the reason she never married, or whether her determination to preserve her independence and power made marriage impossible regardless, is a question historians still debate. The unmarried queen became a powerful symbol. Elizabeth cultivated the image of herself as married to England, as the Virgin Queen whose only spouse was her kingdom. It was brilliant propaganda, turning what could have been seen as a personal failing into a strength. But it also meant the Tudor dynasty would die with her, setting up a succession crisis that would eventually bring the Stuart line to the English throne. That Stuart succession began in 1603 with James VI of Scotland, who became James VI of England. And with James came a whole new style of royal scandal. Because, while Elizabeth had been intensely private about her personal life, whatever it was, James was far less discreet about his own preferences. James I ascended to the English throne as a 40-something man who had been King of Scotland since infancy. He was intelligent, scholarly, and deeply insecure. He had a wife, Anne of Denmark, and children, so the succession was secure. But his closest emotional and perhaps physical relationships were with young men, a pattern that would dominate his English reign. The most famous of these favorites was George Villiers, who rose from relative obscurity to become Duke of Buckingham and the most powerful man in England after the king himself. But before Buckingham, there was Robert Carr. Carr was a Scottish courtier who caught James's eye around 1607 when he fell off a horse in the king's presence and broke his leg. James took a personal interest in his recovery, visiting him frequently, and soon Carr was the king's favorite. James made Carr Viscount Rochester and later Earl of Somerset. He gave him lands, money, and political power far beyond what Carr's abilities or experience justified. The king's letters to Carr survive, and they are extraordinarily intimate. James calls Carr his sweet child and his wife, signs himself as Carr's dear dad and husband, and writes with a level of emotional intensity that leaves little doubt about the depth of his attachment. The relationship was politically problematic because Carr was not particularly intelligent or skilled at governance, but he had enormous influence over the king. He used that influence to enrich himself and his allies, creating resentment among more experienced courtiers and officials. But the real scandal came later, when Carr became entangled in a murder plot. Carr had fallen in love with Frances Howard, Countess of Essex. Frances was unhappily married to the Earl of Essex and wanted a divorce so she could marry Carr. The divorce was granted, scandalously, on grounds of the Earl's impotence, which he furiously denied. Frances and Carr married in 1613 with the king's blessing, but there was a problem. Sir Thomas Overbury, Carr's close friend and political advisor, had opposed the marriage. Overbury knew secrets about Frances that could have derailed the divorce proceedings. So, Frances, with or without Carr's knowledge, had Overbury poisoned while he was imprisoned in the Tower of London. The murder was discovered in 1615. The scandal was enormous. Carr and Frances were arrested, tried, and convicted of murder. James spared them from execution, but they were imprisoned in the Tower for several years, and then lived out the rest of their lives in disgrace. Carr's fall from favor was complete. But James, being James, had already found a replacement. George Villiers appeared at court in 1614 introduced specifically to catch the king's eye as part of a political scheme to displace Carr. The plan worked spectacularly well. Villiers was young, extraordinarily handsome, charming, and far more intelligent than Carr. James fell deeply in love. By 1616, Villiers had been knighted. By 1617, he was Earl of Buckingham. By 1623, he was Duke of Buckingham and the most powerful nobleman in England. James's letters to Buckingham are even more explicit than his letters to Carr. He writes about loving Buckingham more than anyone else, about missing him constantly when they're apart, about being physically tormented by Buckingham's absence. In one letter, James writes that he would rather live as a banished man with Buckingham than reign as a king without him. These were not subtle expressions of affection. The relationship caused enormous political problems. Buckingham accumulated vast power and wealth. He controlled access to the king. He dominated foreign policy decisions. He arranged lucrative positions and marriages for his numerous relatives. The Duke of Buckingham became synonymous with corruption and favoritism. Parliament repeatedly tried to impeach him. The Spanish ambassador reported with scandalized fascination about the king's obvious devotion to this beautiful young man. But unlike Carr, Buckingham was actually competent, at least at court politics. He survived James's death in 1625 and remained powerful during the early reign of Charles V, James's son, until Buckingham was assassinated by a disgruntled naval officer in 1628. Whether James I's relationships with Carr and Buckingham were sexually consummated is something we'll never know for certain. The evidence is suggestive but not conclusive. What we do know is that James's emotional and romantic attachments to these young men shaped English politics for 2 decades, created enormous resentment among the nobility and gentry, contributed to Parliament's growing hostility toward royal power, and became part of the pattern of Stuart misgovernance that would eventually lead to civil war and the execution of James's son Charles IV in 1649. From the scandal-plagued Stuart court, we move forward to the Restoration period, and one of England's most notoriously unfaithful kings. Charles II returned to England in 1660 after years of exile following his father's execution and the Puritan Commonwealth period under Oliver Cromwell. The Restoration, as it's called, brought back not just the monarchy but a whole culture of excess, theatrical display, and public sexuality that had been suppressed under Puritan rule. Charles II embraced this culture enthusiastically. He was charming, witty, and possessed of seemingly boundless sexual energy. He married Catherine of Braganza, a Portuguese princess, in 1662, but the marriage was primarily political. Catherine never produced an heir, though whether that was due to her infertility or Charles's preference for spending his nights elsewhere is unclear. What is clear is that Charles had a truly impressive collection of mistresses, at least 14 that we know of, and possibly more. The most famous was Nell Gwyn, a former orange seller and actress, who became one of Charles's favorites around 1668. Nell was funny, down-to-earth, and completely without aristocratic pretensions. She reportedly once responded to an angry mob that had mistaken her carriage for that of another royal mistress by shouting out the window that she was the Protestant whore, distinguishing herself from her Catholic rival. The mob, amused, let her pass. But Nell Gwyn was only one of many. Barbara Villiers, Duchess of Cleveland, was Charles's mistress for years and bore him several children. Louise de Querouaix, Duchess of Portsmouth, was a French aristocrat who became Charles's mistress and wielded significant political influence, much to the anger of English politicians, who suspected her of being a French spy. Hortense Mancini, Duchess of Mazarin, was an Italian adventuress and niece of Cardinal Mazarin, who fled an abusive marriage and became Charles's lover in his later years. Charles acknowledged at least 12 illegitimate children by various mistresses. He gave them titles, positions, and generous financial settlements. The Duke of Monmouth, his eldest illegitimate son by Lucy Walter, even made a claim to the throne after Charles's death, leading to a brief rebellion that ended with Monmouth's execution. Charles's court became notorious across Europe for its debauchery and excess, with the king himself setting the tone. The political impact of Charles's affairs was significant. He spent enormous amounts of money on his mistresses, grants that came from increasingly strained public finances. His Catholic mistresses, particularly Louise de Querouaille, were suspected of influencing his policies in ways favorable to France and Catholicism, which alarmed Protestant England. The moral laxity of the Restoration Court created a backlash that would contribute to religious and political tensions later in the Stuart period. But Charles himself seemed largely unbothered by scandal. He had spent years in exile, had watched his father executed, and had fought his way back to the throne. Perhaps, after all that, the criticism of his love life seemed relatively unimportant. He died in 1685, allegedly converting to Catholicism on his deathbed, and was succeeded by his brother James II. James II turned challenger. James II was very different from his brother Charles. He was serious, religiously devout, and far less charismatic, but he also had a complicated romantic history. Before becoming king while still Duke of York, James had an affair with Arabella Churchill, the sister of the famous General John Churchill, who would later become the Duke of Marlborough. Arabella was not beautiful. Contemporaries were quite clear about that. But she was intelligent and became James's mistress for about a decade, from around 1665 to 1674. Arabella bore James 4 children, all of whom he acknowledged. One of their sons, James Fitzjames, was created Duke of Berwick and became a famous military commander in French and Spanish service. Another son became Duke of Albemarle. The Churchill connection through Arabella would have significant political implications. John Churchill's rise to power and influence was certainly aided by his family connection to the king, though Churchill's own military genius was the primary factor in his success. James married twice, first to Anne Hyde, who was already pregnant when they wed in a hastily arranged ceremony, and later to Mary of Modena, a young Italian Catholic princess. Both marriages were politically controversial, especially the second, as James was openly Catholic in increasingly Protestant England. His affair with Arabella Churchill, conducted while married to Anne Hyde, was relatively discreet by royal standards, but still widely known at court. When James became king in 1685, his Catholicism and his attempts to promote Catholic interests in government led to increasing opposition. In 1688, Protestant nobles invited William of Orange, who was married to James's own daughter Mary, to invade England. James fled to France, and William and Mary became joint monarchs in what's called the Glorious Revolution. It was a bloodless coup that ended the Stuart line's hold on the English throne, at least for a time. Lee III, the Dutch prince who became King of England, had his own complicated personal life. He was married to Mary, James II's daughter, in what appears to have been a genuinely affectionate marriage, despite its political origins. But William also had extremely close relationships with several male courtiers, particularly Arnold van Keppel and Hans Willem Bentinck. The nature of these relationships has been debated by historians. William showered both men with honors, titles, and lands. He spent long hours in their company. Court gossip suggested the relationships were sexual, though concrete evidence is lacking. Van Keppel, in particular, provoked resentment among English nobles. He was young, handsome, Dutch, and wielded enormous influence over the king. The English aristocracy resented this foreign favorite who seemed to control access to William and received generous grants of land and money that they thought should go to Englishmen. Bentinck, who had been William's close companion since childhood, was more accepted, but still viewed with suspicion. Whether these were romantic relationships, intense friendships in a culture that viewed male friendship differently than we do now, or political partnerships is impossible to determine with certainty. What's clear is that William's affections for these men caused political problems, fed anti-Dutch sentiment in England, and became part of the Stuart and later Whig propaganda against William's reign. We have traveled through the Tudor and Stuart periods, from Henry VIII's revolutionary affair with Anne Boleyn through his subsequent marriages to Jane Seymour and Catherine Howard. From Elizabeth I's intensely speculated relationship with Robert Dudley and the mysterious death of Amy Robsart, through James I's passionate attachment to Robert Carr and George Villiers, Charles II's spectacular collection of mistresses, including the beloved Nell Gwyn, James II's long affair with Arabella Churchill, and finally William III's controversial favorites Arnold van Keppel and Hans Willem Bentinck. These weren't just bedroom scandals. Jane Seymour gave Henry VIII his longed-for male heir, ensuring the Tudor succession but dying in the process. Catherine Howard's indiscretions, real or fabricated, sent her to the scaffold and hardened Henry's paranoia in his final years. Elizabeth's unmarried state and her relationship with Dudley shaped English politics for decades and left the succession uncertain. The favoritism toward beautiful young men contributed to the breakdown of relations between Crown and Parliament that would eventually lead to civil war. Charles II's extravagant generosity to his mistresses drained the treasury and fed public resentment. Each affair, each scandal, each illicit relationship had consequences that rippled through English society. The Tudor and Stuart periods show us royal affairs at their most consequential. These were eras when the personal truly was political, when who the monarch slept with could determine religious policy, foreign alliances, succession crises, and even whether the country would have a civil war. The kings and queens of this period exercised enormous personal power. There was no constitutional monarchy yet, no real separation between the private person and the public office. When Henry VIII wanted to marry Anne Boleyn, he could break with Rome. When James I adored George Villiers, he could make him the second most powerful man in the kingdom, regardless of experience or ability. When Charles II scattered his affections across a dozen mistresses, he could acknowledge their children and give them noble titles. But that personal power came with personal consequences. Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard both lost their heads. Robert Carr ended his life in disgrace. George Villiers was assassinated. The Stuart dynasty was overthrown twice, in 1649 and 1688, partly because of accumulated resentments about royal favoritism and misgovernance. The pattern of Stuart kings prioritizing personal affections over political wisdom contributed to the constitutional crises that would eventually limit royal power and establish parliamentary supremacy. As we move forward into the 18th century and the Georgian era, we'll see the nature of royal scandal begin to change. The rise of newspapers and a literate public meant that royal affairs became public entertainment in new ways. The growth of parliamentary power meant that kings had less absolute authority, and thus their personal choices had somewhat less dramatic political impact. But the scandals didn't stop. If anything, they became more public, more discussed, more part of popular culture. The Georgian monarchs would prove just as capable of romantic chaos as their Tudor and Stuart predecessors, but now they would have to navigate it in an age of satire, political cartoons, and a public that was increasingly willing to criticize, mock, and judge their sovereign's private life. The 18th century brought a new dynasty to the British throne, and with it a whole new flavor of scandal. The Hanoverian kings, starting with George I in 1714, were German, spoke limited English, and often seemed more interested in their ancestral lands than in Britain itself. They brought continental attitudes toward marriage and mistresses, and they ruled during a period when newspapers, political satire, and public opinion were becoming increasingly powerful forces. Royal affairs were no longer just court gossip. They became the subject of bawdy songs, vicious cartoons, and parliamentary debates. The private lives of kings and queens were being dragged into the public square, and the monarchy would never be quite the same. George I arrived in England as a 54-year-old widower with a complicated past. He had been Elector of Hanover, a relatively minor German principality, before Protestant succession laws and the death of Queen Anne brought him to the British throne. He spoke almost no English. He had no interest in learning about English customs or culture. He brought with him a household of German advisors and 2 women who would become the most talked-about figures of his court. The official mistress was Melusine von der Schulenburg, who had been George's companion for years before he became King of England. She was tall, thin, and dignified, which led the English public to nickname her the Maypole. She was created Duchess of Kendal and wielded significant influence over the king. George relied on her political judgment, consulted her on appointments, and made no secret of their relationship. In an era when royal mistresses were expected to be beautiful and decorative, Melusine was neither, which confused the English court. But she was intelligent, discreet when needed, and absolutely loyal to George. The other woman was Charlotte Kielman-Sega, who was rumored to be George's half-sister, which made their relationship even more scandalous if the whispers about its nature were true. She was heavy-set, which earned her the cruel nickname the Elephant. Together, the Maypole and the Elephant became objects of public mockery and fascination. Political satirists had a field day. Cartoons depicted them as grotesque figures. Songs and pamphlets spread rumors about their influence over the king and their accumulation of wealth through political corruption. The interesting thing about George I's mistresses is that they represented a very German understanding of how these arrangements worked. In the German principalities, a prince's mistress was often a semi-official position, someone who managed the prince's household, provided companionship, and exercised a recognized, if informal, political role. This was quite different from the English tradition, where royal mistresses were supposed to be hidden away, at least somewhat, and certainly weren't supposed to be openly consulted on matters of state. The English public didn't know quite what to make of these arrangements. George barely bothered to hide his relationships. Melusine lived openly at court. She received foreign diplomats. She influenced patronage appointments. The fact that she wasn't particularly beautiful and that George seemed to genuinely value her advice rather than just her physical attractions only made the whole thing more alien to English sensibilities. Behind all of this was the shadow of George's wife, Sophia Dorothea of Chile. They had married in 1682 when George was 22 and Sophia was 16. The marriage was political, arranged to unite territories and settle inheritance disputes. It produced 2 children, including the future George II, but it was deeply unhappy. George and Sophia Dorothea were incompatible from the start. The real scandal came in the 1690s, when Sophia Dorothea began an affair with a Swedish count named Philip Christoph von Königsmark. He was handsome, charming, and everything George was not. The affair was conducted with remarkably little discretion. Love letters were exchanged. Secret meetings were arranged. It was only a matter of time before George found out. In July 1694, Count von Königsmark disappeared, vanished completely. The official story was that he'd left town suddenly. The rumors were darker. Many believed he'd been murdered on George's orders, his body disposed of secretly. Various theories placed his remains under floorboards in the castle moat or buried in quicklime. His body was never found. Sophia Dorothea was arrested and imprisoned. Her marriage to George was dissolved. She was confined to the castle of Ahlden for the remaining 32 years of her life. She was forbidden from seeing her children. She was denied the title of queen when George became King of England. She died in 1726, having spent more than 3 decades in captivity for the crime of adultery. The English public knew about this scandal, and it colored their view of George I. Here was a king who had imprisoned his wife for 30 years while openly maintaining his own mistresses. The hypocrisy was glaring. The cruelty was undeniable. George never showed any remorse. He never visited Sophia Dorothea. When she died, he reportedly showed no emotion whatsoever. This scandal hung over George I's entire reign. His treatment of Sophia Dorothea made him seem harsh and unforgiving. His German mistresses made him seem foreign and out of touch. The combination fed into a broader public perception that the Hanoverian dynasty was fundamentally alien. more interested in German concerns than British ones. When George died in 1727 during a visit to Hanover, there was little public mourning. His son, who became George II, had witnessed his parents' marital disaster firsthand. He had been forbidden from seeing his mother after her imprisonment. Perhaps because of this, his own approach to marriage and affairs was somewhat different, though no less complicated. George II married Caroline of Ansbach in 1705, well before he became king. By all accounts, it was one of the more successful royal marriages of the period. Caroline was intelligent, politically astute, and genuinely influential. When George II became king in 1727, Caroline became one of the most powerful queen consorts in British history, effectively running the government during her husband's frequent absences in Hanover. But George II still maintained mistresses, as was expected of a king. The most prominent was Henrietta Howard, later Countess of Suffolk. She had been in George's service since before he became king, initially as a lady of the bedchamber to Caroline. By the early 1720s, she had become George's recognized mistress, a position she held for about a decade. The fascinating thing about this arrangement was its formality. Henrietta's role was almost bureaucratic. She had specific hours when she was expected to be available to the king. George would visit her apartments at appointed times. It was all very scheduled, very German, very unromantic. One observer described it as the king paying his addresses with the regularity of clockwork. Caroline, the queen, seemed to accept the arrangement with remarkable equanimity. Perhaps because Henrietta posed no real political threat, and perhaps because Caroline herself wielded the real power. Henrietta Howard was by most accounts a sensible, educated woman who found herself in an awkward position. She couldn't refuse the king without ruining herself and her family, but she also couldn't fully enjoy the benefits of being royal mistress because she lacked the ruthlessness to exploit the position for maximum advantage. She endured the role for years, gradually going deaf, which must have made the mandatory conversations with the king increasingly difficult. By the mid-1730s, the affair had run its course. Henrietta retired from court with a pension, remarried, and lived quietly. George II moved on to other mistresses, though none achieved quite the same prominence. There was Amalie von Walmoden, another German woman who became his companion in later years. The pattern was consistent. George liked order, routine, and German mistresses who understood the rules of the game. But the real love story of George II's life was with his wife, Caroline. When she died in 1737 after a painful illness, George was genuinely grief-stricken. He wept openly at her bedside. He refused to remarry, despite pressure to do so. For all his affairs and mistresses, Caroline had been his true partner, his political advisor, his intellectual equal. Her death left him diminished. As we move deeper into the 18th century, we encounter one of the most peculiar scandals in royal history, one that involves a king who was famously moral and devoted to his wife, but became the subject of wild conspiracy theories about a secret first marriage. George III came to the throne in 1760 as a young man of 22, determined to be a proper British king in a way his grandfather and great-grandfather had never managed. He spoke English as his first language. He was born in Britain. He took his duties seriously, and he married Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz in 1761, in an arranged marriage that by all accounts became genuinely affectionate. They would have 15 children together, and George remained faithful to Charlotte throughout their long marriage, which was highly unusual for a Hanoverian king. But even George III could not escape scandal, though in his case the scandal was probably entirely fictional. In the 1780s and beyond, rumors circulated that George had secretly married a Quaker woman named Hannah Lightfoot before his marriage to Charlotte. According to the story, George had met Hannah as a young man, fallen in love, and gone through some form of marriage ceremony with her. This would mean his marriage to Charlotte was bigamous and his children illegitimate. The story was almost certainly false. There's no credible evidence that George ever met Hannah Lightfoot, let alone married her. The rumor seems to have been invented by political enemies and scandal-mongers looking to undermine the king's legitimacy. But it persisted for decades, popping up in pamphlets, newspapers, and even in legal cases, where people claiming to be descendants of this alleged first marriage tried to assert rights to the throne. The persistence of this rumor tells us something about the changing nature of royal scandal in the late 18th century. This wasn't about a real affair. This was about manufactured controversy, about the power of print media to spread stories, true or false, about how royal reputations could be damaged not by actual misconduct but by rumors and conspiracy theories. George III's actual personal life was remarkably scandal-free, but that didn't stop people from inventing scandals anyway. The real drama of George III's life came later, with his mental illness and the Regency crisis, but that's a different kind of tragedy. His eldest son, who would eventually become George IV, provided more than enough scandal to make up for his father's respectability. George, Prince of Wales, the future George IV, was a disaster from the start. He was intelligent, cultured, and possessed of excellent taste in art and architecture. He was also vain, self-indulgent, extravagant, and spectacularly irresponsible with money and relationships. His romantic life reads like a particularly chaotic soap opera, complete with secret marriages, public humiliations, and enough drama to fill several seasons of television. The central scandal of the prince's life began in the early 1780s, when he met Maria Fitzherbert. She was a twice-widowed Catholic woman, beautiful, mature, and respectable. She was also completely unsuitable as a wife for the heir to the British throne. The Royal Marriages Act of 1772 required any member of the royal family under age 25 to obtain the king's permission to marry. George III would never consent to his son marrying a Catholic. Beyond the legal issues, such a marriage would exclude the prince from the succession under the Act of Settlement, which barred Catholics and anyone married to a Catholic from the throne. The prince didn't care. He was desperately in love, or at least desperately infatuated. He pursued Maria relentlessly. She sensibly tried to resist, knowing the impossible position such a relationship would create. The prince responded by engaging in increasingly theatrical displays of passion. He supposedly stabbed himself in a suicide attempt to prove his love. Whether this was genuine or a manipulative performance is unclear. Probably even he didn't know. Finally, worn down by his persistence and perhaps genuinely attracted to this charming, if ridiculous prince, Maria agreed to a form of marriage. On December 15, 1785, they were married in a secret ceremony at her house in London. An Anglican clergyman performed the service, though he had to be bribed and was later rewarded with a bishopric when the prince eventually became king. The marriage was invalid on multiple levels. It violated the Royal Marriages Act. It was secret, performed without banns or license, and it was to a Catholic, which created constitutional problems. But the prince and Maria considered themselves married, and they lived as husband and wife for several years. The relationship couldn't remain secret forever. Rumors spread. Opposition politicians tried to use the scandal to embarrass the prince and the government. In 1787, the Whig politician Charles James Fox, supposedly the prince's friend, stood up in Parliament and denied the marriage had taken place, calling the rumors a miserable calumny. Fox thought he was helping. In reality, he was calling Maria Fitzherbert a liar and the prince's mistress rather than his wife, which insulted her honor and put the prince in an impossible position. The prince was furious with Fox, but couldn't publicly acknowledge the marriage without creating a constitutional crisis. Maria was heartbroken at being denied. The whole situation was a mess. The relationship continued in a state of semi-acknowledged limbo for years. But the prince's debts were mounting astronomically. He spent money like water on building projects, art collections, parties, and general extravagance. By the mid-1790s, he owed hundreds of thousands of pounds, an absolutely staggering sum. Parliament and his father refused to bail him out unless he changed his ways. The solution proposed was that he make a proper royal marriage to a suitable Protestant princess. The marriage would come with a financial settlement that would clear his debts. In 1794, under extreme financial pressure, the prince agreed to marry his cousin, Caroline of Brunswick. He had never met her. The marriage was arranged purely for money and political advantage, and it was one of the worst disasters in royal history. Caroline arrived in England in 1795. The prince met her for the first time on April 5 of that year. According to witnesses, his first words upon seeing her were a request for a glass of brandy. He was horrified. Caroline was equally unimpressed, reportedly commenting that the prince was not as handsome as his portrait suggested, which was diplomatic language for saying he was fat, which he was. Contemporary accounts describe Caroline as short, somewhat stout, and with appalling personal hygiene. It was said she rarely bathed and didn't change her undergarments frequently. Whether these descriptions were accurate or cruel exaggerations by the prince's supporters is hard to say. What's clear is that the prince found her physically repulsive. The wedding took place on April 8, 1795. The prince was reportedly drunk. He allegedly spent the wedding night passed out in the fireplace of the bridal chamber. Despite this inauspicious beginning, Caroline became pregnant almost immediately, suggesting that the prince managed to perform his duty at least once. Their daughter, Princess Charlotte, was born in January 1796. After Charlotte's birth, the prince wanted nothing more to do with Caroline. He wrote her a letter stating that their inclinations were not in their power, and that henceforth they would live separate lives. Caroline was installed in a separate household, given an allowance, and essentially told to stay out of the way. Caroline, to her credit or perhaps to everyone's horror depending on your perspective, did not quietly disappear. She established herself as a separate center of social activity, hosting parties, entertaining guests, and behaving in ways that scandalized the court. There were rumors of affairs. There were accusations of improper behavior with men. In 1806, a formal investigation called the Delicate Investigation was launched to examine allegations that Caroline had given birth to an illegitimate child. The investigation concluded that the child in question was not Caroline's biological son, but had been adopted by her, which was odd but not criminal. However, the investigation did suggest that Caroline's behavior with various men had been indiscreet at best. The whole thing was a public relations disaster. The prince came across as vindictive and cruel, investigating his own wife for adultery while openly living with his own mistresses. Caroline came across as either innocent and persecuted or guilty and shameless, depending on whose propaganda you believed. Through all of this, the prince had returned to Maria Fitzherbert, resuming their relationship in the late 1790s. They lived together, more or less, for another decade. But by 1811, when the prince became Prince Regent due to his father's mental incapacity, the relationship had cooled. The prince had moved on to other women, including Lady Hertford and later Lady Conyngham, both of whom were grandmother age but wielded significant influence over him. In 1820, George III died, and the Prince Regent became King George IV. This meant Caroline, whom he hated and hadn't lived with for decades, was technically Queen of England. George was determined to prevent this. He wanted a divorce. He wanted Caroline stripped of her title. He wanted her gone. Caroline, who had been living in Italy with a very handsome Italian servant named Bartolomeo Pergami, decided to return to England to claim her rights as queen. The public supported her. Caroline had become a symbol of the oppressed, a wronged woman standing up to a cruel and dissolute king. The fact that she was probably conducting an affair with Pergami in Italy didn't seem to bother the English public nearly as much as George's hypocrisy in attacking her while maintaining his own extramarital relationships. George convinced the government to introduce a bill in Parliament, the Pains and Penalties Bill, which would divorce Caroline and strip her of her title. The bill's reading became effectively a public trial of the Queen. Witnesses were called from Italy to testify about Caroline's relationship with Pergami. The details were salacious and heavily reported in the newspapers. Evidence was presented that Caroline and Pergami had shared a tent on a cruise, that she bathed with him, that she dressed inappropriately. The whole spectacle was unprecedented. A reigning queen was being tried for adultery in Parliament, with the proceedings reported in minute detail to a fascinated and scandalized public. Crowds gathered outside the Houses of Parliament every day. Caroline became a folk hero. Street vendors sold Caroline merchandise. Songs and poems were written in her support. The public had decided that even if she was guilty, she was still the victim. The bill passed the House of Lords, but with such a narrow margin that the government withdrew it before it reached the House of Commons, where it would certainly have failed. Caroline remained legally married to George and technically queen, though she was barred from his coronation in July 1821, in a scene of public humiliation where she was turned away from the doors of Westminster Abbey. 3 weeks later, Caroline died. The official cause was some form of intestinal blockage or inflammation. Conspiracy theorists then and now have suggested she was poisoned, though there's no real evidence for this. Her funeral procession through London turned into a riot when the authorities tried to rout it away from central London. The public wouldn't have it. They forced the procession through the city streets as a final defiance of the king who had tried to humiliate her. George IV got his wish. She was gone, but he had destroyed what little remained of his public reputation in the process. He was now the most unpopular king in British history, mocked and reviled by his subjects. Political cartoons depicted him as grotesquely fat, cruel, and ridiculous. He had spent hundreds of thousands of pounds on his palaces, his art collection, and his mistresses, while ordinary people struggled. His treatment of Caroline had confirmed the public's view of him as selfish and tyrannical. Before George IV's disastrous marriage to Caroline, there was another scandal involving one of his brothers that deserves attention. William, Duke of Clarence, the future William IV, lived for 20 years with an actress named Dorothea Jordan. This was not a secret relationship. It was conducted quite openly. Dorothea continued her acting career while living with William. Together they had 10 children, all surnamed FitzClarence, all acknowledged by William. The relationship lasted from 1790 to 1811. By all accounts, it was genuinely affectionate. William was not a sophisticated man. He had spent his youth in the Royal Navy and retained a sailor's blunt manners and simple tastes. Dorothea was funny, talented, and down-to-earth. They suited each other. They lived a relatively modest life by royal standards, often short of money because William's allowance from Parliament was limited, and Dorothea's acting income, while good, was not enough to support a royal household and 10 children. The relationship ended when William, facing mounting debts and pressure to produce a legitimate heir, decided he needed to make a proper royal marriage. He broke off the relationship with Dorothea and began looking for a suitable princess. Dorothea was devastated. She had given 20 years of her life to William and borne his children. Now she was being cast aside for financial and dynastic reasons. She fled to France to escape her creditors, became ill, and died in 1816, reportedly in poverty and despair. William, meanwhile, married Adelaide of Saxe-Meiningen in 1818. The marriage was happy enough, but Adelaide's 2 daughters both died in infancy. When William unexpectedly became king in 1830 after George IV's death, he had no legitimate children. His successor would be his niece Victoria, daughter of another of George III's many sons. The FitzClarence children, William's illegitimate offspring with Dorothea Jordan, were given titles and positions but could not inherit the throne. Some of them caused scandals of their own, but their existence was a reminder of William's long relationship with Dorothea, a relationship that was in many ways more stable and affectionate than most royal marriages of the period. The final scandal from the Georgian period that demands our attention is one of the strangest and darkest. In 1810, Ernest Augustus, Duke of Cumberland, one of George III's many sons, was involved in an incident that was either attempted assassination or murder, depending on which version you believe. The Duke of Cumberland had a reputation as the most reactionary and unpopular of George III's sons, which is saying something. He was rigid in his politics, harsh in his manner, and widely disliked. On the night of May 31, 1810, his valet, Joseph Sellis, was found with his throat cut in his rooms at St. James's Palace. The same night, Cumberland appeared with serious head wounds, claiming he had been attacked in his bed by an intruder. The official investigation concluded that Sellis had attacked the Duke and then, fearing the consequences, had killed himself. This was the verdict of the inquest, but many people didn't believe it. Alternative theories spread rapidly. Some suggested that Cumberland had murdered Sellis, possibly because Sellis had discovered some secret about the Duke. Others speculated that there had been a homosexual relationship between them that had gone wrong. Still others proposed that Cumberland had made sexual advances towards Sellis's daughter, that Sellis had confronted him, and that Cumberland had killed him in the struggle. The evidence was genuinely ambiguous. Sellis's wounds were severe, his throat cut almost to the spine. The physical evidence was consistent with suicide, but it was also consistent with murder. Cumberland's head wounds were real, but whether they were defensive wounds from an attack or self-inflicted to support a false story was impossible to determine. The scandal damaged Cumberland's already poor reputation. The public was willing to believe the worst about him. Satirical prints depicted him as a murderer. Rumors followed him for the rest of his life. He eventually left England for Hanover, becoming King of Hanover when that crown separated from the British succession in 1837. The truth of what happened that night in 1810 has never been definitively established. It remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of the Georgian period. What's clear is that the scandal, whatever its basis in fact, showed how vulnerable even royal princes had become to public opinion and scandal in the age of newspapers and political satire. We have journeyed through the Georgian era, from George I and his German mistresses Melusine von der Schulenburg and Charlotte Kielmansegg, through his imprisoned wife Sophia Dorothea and the murdered Count von Königsmarck, to George II and his formal affair with Henrietta Howard, to George III and the false scandal of Hannah Lightfoot, to George IV's catastrophic relationships with Maria Fitzherbert and Caroline of Brunswick, to William IV's long domestic partnership with Dorothea Jordan, and finally to the dark mystery of the Duke of Cumberland and his dead valet. These scandals reveal a changing world. The Georgian monarchs ruled during a period of enormous social, political, and cultural transformation. The rise of newspapers meant that royal scandals became public entertainment. The growth of political satire meant that kings could be mocked in print and pictures. The expansion of political rights and parliamentary power meant that monarchs were increasingly accountable to public opinion in ways that earlier kings had never been. George IV's treatment of Caroline of Brunswick became a parliamentary and public spectacle precisely because the king no longer had absolute power. Parliament could debate the divorce, the public could take sides, the queen could become a symbol of resistance to royal tyranny. None of this would have been possible a century earlier. The Georgian kings also showed the limits of personal happiness within the constraints of royal duty. George I imprisoned his wife and lived with mistresses. George II maintained formal affairs while genuinely loving his queen. George III remained faithful to Charlotte but was trapped by his position and eventually by his illness. George IV made himself and everyone around him miserable through his self-indulgence and inability to control his appetite. William IV found happiness with Dorothea Jordan, but was forced by duty to abandon her. The tragedy of the Georgian monarchs is that they lived in an age of transition. They still had tremendous personal power and privilege, but they were increasingly constrained by public opinion, parliamentary oversight, and constitutional limits. They could still maintain mistresses and conduct affairs, But they couldn't prevent those affairs from becoming public scandals. They could still make disastrous marriages, but they couldn't prevent Parliament from debating those marriages or the public from taking sides. And hanging over all of this was the question of legitimacy. The Hanoverian dynasty came to power through a political decision, not through clear hereditary right. George I was something like 50th in line for the throne when he was selected, chosen because he was Protestant, and all the closer Catholic heirs were excluded. This made the dynasty vulnerable to scandal in ways that a more established royal family might not have been. Every affair, every divorce, every illegitimate child raised questions about legitimacy, succession, and whether these German princes really deserved to rule Britain. Scott. The Georgian era shows us royal scandal in transition, moving from private court gossip to public spectacle, from absolute royal privilege to accountability and criticism. The kings of this period still thought of themselves as possessing divine right and absolute authority, but they were living in a world that was rapidly moving past that understanding of monarchy. Their affairs and scandals became battlegrounds for larger questions about power, privilege, duty, and the relationship between rulers and ruled. As we move into the Victorian period and beyond, these questions would only become more acute. The rise of photography, mass circulation newspapers, and eventually electronic media would make royal privacy increasingly difficult to maintain. The expansion of democracy would make royal scandal more politically dangerous, and the personal lives of monarchs would continue to fascinate, scandalize, and shape the nation in ways that would have been unimaginable to the medieval kings who began our story. The Victorian era is often portrayed as a time of moral strictness, sexual repression, and social propriety. Queen Victoria herself became the symbol of these values, ruling for over 60 years with her beloved husband Albert at her side, embodying domestic virtue and family values. But beneath the surface of Victorian respectability, scandal still lurked, and nowhere was this more apparent than in the complicated life of Victoria's eldest grandson, Prince Albert Victor, known to family and friends as Edie. Prince Albert Victor was born in 1864, the eldest son of the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VII, and Princess Alexandra of Denmark. From birth, he was second in line to the throne after his father. He should have been groomed for kingship, prepared to eventually rule the vast British Empire. Instead, his short life became entangled in some of the darkest and most persistent scandals of the late Victorian period. Scandals that continue to generate speculation and controversy more than a century after his death. Eddie was not, by most accounts, particularly bright. His tutors despaired of his academic abilities. One of them commented that he hardly knew the meaning of the words to read. He was described as languid, passive, and lacking in energy. His mind was, according to another former tutor, abnormally dormant. Whether this was a learning disability, simple laziness, or something else has been debated by historians. What's clear is that Eddie was not the sharp, capable heir the monarchy needed. He was sent into the military, as royal princes typically were, joining the 10th Hussars in 1885. But his military career was largely ceremonial. He attended social functions, looked good in uniform, and did very little of substance. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate about his personal life. There were whispers about dissipations, about inappropriate relationships, about behavior that was not quite suitable for a future king. The first major scandal to touch Eddie came in 1889 with what became known as the Cleveland Street Affair. A male brothel operating at 19 Cleveland Street in London was raided by police following a theft investigation. During questioning, teenage telegraph boys admitted they had been working as prostitutes at the establishment, servicing wealthy and aristocratic clients. The scandal was enormous. Homosexual acts were illegal in Victorian Britain, punishable by imprisonment. The idea that members of the upper classes were patronizing a male brothel was shocking. As the investigation proceeded, names began to emerge. Lord Arthur Somerset, an extra equerry to the Prince of Wales and a member of the royal household, was implicated. He fled to France before he could be arrested. Other aristocratic names were whispered. And then the most explosive rumor of all began to spread. Prince Albert Victor had been a client of the Cleveland Street brothel. The evidence linking Eddie to Cleveland Street is circumstantial and disputed. The prostitutes who were questioned did not name him. No direct testimony placed him at the location. But Lord Arthur Somerset's solicitor, a man named Arthur Newton, seems to have deliberately spread rumors implicating the prince, possibly as a strategy to protect his own client by suggesting that prosecutions would embarrass the royal family. Letters between government officials make coded references to threats to implicate someone very highly placed, widely believed to refer to Prince Albert Victor. The scandal was hushed up as much as possible. The British press, operating under an informal agreement with the government, largely avoided mentioning the names of those involved. But American newspapers had no such restrictions. They printed the rumors about Eddie openly. The prince's reputation, already questionable, was further damaged. Whether Eddie actually visited the Cleveland Street brothel, whether he was homosexual or bisexual, whether the rumors were based on fact or were malicious inventions designed to embarrass the royal family, these questions have never been definitively answered. What we do know is that in late 1889, Eddie was sent on a lengthy tour of India, conveniently removing him from England during the height of the scandal. Whether this was a pre-planned trip or a strategic exile is another matter of debate. The Cleveland Street scandal was not the only cloud hanging over Prince Albert Victor. In 1891, another scandal emerged, this one involving a woman. Lydia Miller, who performed under the stage name Lydia Manton, was a former Gaiety Theatre chorus girl who committed suicide by drinking carbolic acid. At the inquest, testimony emerged suggesting that she had been the mistress of Prince Albert Victor, or at least that was the rumor. The official story was that she had been involved with Lord Charles Montague, who testified at the inquest. But radical newspapers suggested that Montague was merely a cover, that the real lover was the prince, and that authorities were suppressing evidence to protect the royal family. Once again, the evidence is murky. What's clear is that Eddie's name was being linked to scandals with disturbing frequency. The image of the future king was being tarnished, and this was becoming a problem for the monarchy. Queen Victoria and the Prince of Wales decided that what Eddie needed was marriage to a suitable princess. A wife would settle him down, give him purpose, and hopefully end the scandals. Several candidates were considered. Eddie himself seems to have fallen in love with his cousin, Princess Alexandra of Hesse, but she turned him down. She would later become the last Empress of Russia, married to Tsar Nicholas II, and would die with her family in the Russian Revolution. Finally, a suitable bride was found. Princess Mary of Teck, known as May, was a minor royal, daughter of the Duke of Teck and Princess Mary Adelaide of Cambridge. She was sensible, dignified, and unexciting, which made her perfect for the role of future queen. The engagement was announced in December 1891. Wedding plans began, and then in January 1892, during a major influenza epidemic sweeping through England, Prince Albert Victor contracted the illness while staying at Sandringham, the royal family's country estate. The flu developed into pneumonia. On January 14, 1892, just a week after his 28th birthday and 6 weeks after his engagement, Prince Eddie died. The death was mourned publicly. His fiancée, Princess May, was reportedly devastated, though they had not been together long enough to form a deep attachment. Within a year, May would be engaged to Eddie's younger brother George, who was now second in line to the throne. She would eventually become Queen Mary, consort to George V, and matriarch of the modern British royal family. But Eddie's death did not end the scandals associated with his name. In fact, it opened the door to even wilder speculation, because in 1962, more than 70 years after Eddie's death, a French author named Philippe Julien published a book claiming that Prince Albert Victor had been Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper, the unidentified serial killer who murdered at least 5 women in the Whitechapel district of London in 1888, was one of the most infamous criminals in history. The murders were brutal, the victims mutilated, and the killer was never caught. For decades, people had speculated about the Ripper's identity. Now, Julien was claiming it was Queen Victoria's grandson. The theory was based on supposed evidence from Sir William Gull, who had been the royal physician. According to the theory, Prince Eddie had contracted syphilis, which had driven him insane, and in his madness he had committed the Ripper murders. The royal family, knowing the truth, had covered it up and eventually had Eddie confined to an asylum where he died. The theory was sensational and completely unsupported by evidence. Court records and newspaper accounts clearly show that Prince Eddie was not in London on the dates of the Ripper murders. On August 31, 1888, when Mary Ann Nichols was killed, Eddie was staying with Viscount Down in Yorkshire. On September 8, when Annie Chapman was murdered, he was at the Cavalry Barracks in York. On September 30, when Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes were killed, Queen Victoria's Journal records that Eddie lunched with her at Abergeldy near Balmoral in Scotland. On November 9, when Mary Jane Kelly was murdered, Eddie was at Sandringham in Norfolk. The alibi was ironclad. Prince Eddie could not have been Jack the Ripper. But the theory persisted and evolved. Other authors picked it up, adding new embellishments. One version claimed that Eddie had secretly married a Catholic shopgirl named Annie Crook, that she had borne him a child, and that the Ripper murders were committed by a conspiracy of Freemasons working for the government to silence women who knew about this secret marriage. This theory was pure fiction, later admitted to be a hoax by one of its key sources, but it inspired books, television documentaries, and films. The persistence of these theories, despite their complete lack of evidence, tells us something important about royal scandal in the modern age. Prince Albert Victor became a blank canvas onto which people could project their darkest fantasies about royal corruption and depravity. The real Eddie, whoever he was, disappeared beneath layers of speculation, rumor, and invention. He became a symbol of aristocratic decadence, sexual deviance, and criminal insanity, even though there's no solid evidence he was any of those things. What Eddie probably was, based on the historical record, was an intellectually limited young man who may or may not have had homosexual inclinations, who was certainly subject to malicious gossip, and who died young before he could definitively prove or disprove the rumors about him. But in death, he became more scandalous than he ever was in life. While Prince Albert Victor's scandals were mostly rumor and speculation, his father, Edward VII, provided plenty of actual documented affairs. Edward, as Prince of Wales for most of his life, waiting endlessly for his mother, Queen Victoria, to die so he could finally become king, filled his time with an extraordinary number of mistresses. Edward married Princess Alexandra of Denmark in 1863, and by all accounts she was beautiful, graceful, and dignified. She was also almost completely deaf by middle age and often isolated at court functions. Edward genuinely cared for her in his way, but fidelity was never part of his plan. He had numerous affairs throughout their marriage, some brief and physical, others longer-lasting and more emotional. The most famous of his mistresses was Lily Langtry, a beautiful actress and socialite known as the Jersey Lily. She became Edward's mistress around 1877, and the affair was conducted with remarkably little discretion. They were seen together publicly. She attended royal functions. The relationship was the subject of enormous gossip in society and in the press. When Lily became pregnant, there was speculation about the child's paternity, though she was married to someone else at the time, which provided cover. After Lily came Alice Keppel, who became Edward's last and longest mistress. She was married to a complacent husband who accepted the situation. probably because the financial and social benefits of having his wife be the king's mistress outweighed any concerns about honor. Alice was intelligent, discreet, and politically astute. She wielded significant influence over Edward in his later years. When Edward was dying in 1910, Queen Alexandra reportedly allowed Alice Keppel to visit him one final time to say goodbye, an extraordinary gesture of either compassion or resignation. Edward had numerous other mistresses over the years. He was involved with actresses, aristocrats, and society beauties. He was even cited as a witness in divorce cases, which was scandalous for a member of the royal family. His appetite for women was matched by his appetite for food, gambling, and general pleasure-seeking. He embodied a certain type of Edwardian excess, the idea that if you were rich and powerful enough, you could do whatever you wanted. The remarkable thing is that Edward's affairs, while they scandalized the more moralistic elements of society, didn't seriously damage the monarchy. Perhaps because Victoria had been so relentlessly virtuous, the public was willing to tolerate her son's indiscretions. Perhaps because Edward was charming and genuinely popular in ways his mother had not been. Or perhaps because British society in the late 19th and early 20th centuries accepted that aristocratic men had mistresses, as long as they were reasonably discreet and maintained their marriages. When Edward finally became king in 1901 at the age of 59, he had only 9 years to reign before his death, but those 9 years showed that he had learned some political skill during his long wait. He was good at diplomacy, good at public relations, and generally a more engaged and effective monarch than many had expected. His affairs continued, but they were managed carefully enough not to cause political crises. Alice Keppel, incidentally, was the great-grandmother of Camilla Parker Bowles, who would become involved in one of the 20th century's most famous royal scandals with Edward's great-great-grandson, Prince Charles. The patterns repeat across generations. From the Edwardian era, we leap forward to the greatest constitutional crisis in 20th century British monarchy, a crisis caused not by politics or war, but by love. Edward VIII's affair with Wallis Simpson and his subsequent abdication in 1936 shook the British Empire to its foundations and changed the course of royal history. Edward became Prince of Wales in 1910 when his father, George V, ascended to the throne. He was handsome, charismatic, and popular, especially with women. He had a series of affairs and relationships throughout the 1920s and early 1930s, mostly with married women, which was considered less problematic than relationships with unmarried women who might expect marriage. In 1931, Edward met Wallis Simpson at a party. She was an American, sophisticated and witty, and she was married to her second husband, Ernest Simpson. She was not conventionally beautiful, but she had style, charm, and a sharp wit that Edward found captivating. He began pursuing her aggressively. Edward told her that he loved her. By 1934, Edward and Wallis were conducting an open affair. They traveled together, dined together, and made little effort to hide their relationship. British newspapers, operating under an informal agreement not to criticize the royal family, didn't report on the affair, but American and European newspapers had no such restrictions. Outside Britain, the Prince of Wales's relationship with a married American woman was well known and widely discussed. When King George V died in January 1936, Edward became king. He was 41 years old, unmarried, and deeply in love with a woman who was still married to someone else and had already been divorced once before. Wallis Simpson began divorce proceedings against Ernest Simpson shortly after Edward became king. The situation was untenable. The king was the supreme governor of the Church of England, which did not recognize divorce and did not allow remarriage while a former spouse was still living. Edward could not marry a divorced woman and remain head of the church. Beyond the religious issues, there were political and social concerns. Wallis was American, which made her foreign. She had been divorced twice, which made her morally suspect by the standards of the time, and there were rumors about her past that were considered disreputable. Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin and the cabinet told Edward clearly that the government would resign if he married Wallis Simpson while remaining king. The Dominion governments, particularly Canada and Australia, made similar positions clear. Public opinion, once the British newspapers finally began reporting on the situation in late 1936, was divided but generally opposed to the marriage. Edward was faced with a choice. He could give up Wallis and remain king, or he could abdicate and marry her. For Edward, there was no real choice. He loved Wallis, or believed he did, more than he valued the throne. On December 10, 1936, less than a year after becoming king, Edward VIII signed the instrument of abdication. The next day, he gave a radio broadcast to the nation and the empire, explaining his decision. The speech is famous. He said he had found it impossible to carry the heavy burden of responsibility and to discharge the duties of king as he wished to do, without the help and support of the woman he loved. It was romantic, dramatic, and completely unprecedented. Edward's younger brother became King George VI. Edward was created Duke of Windsor and went into exile. He married Wallis Simpson in France in June 1937. The royal family refused to attend the wedding. Wallis was given the title Duchess of Windsor, but was denied the style of Royal Highness, which was a deliberate snub that Edward resented for the rest of his life. The abdication crisis had enormous consequences. George VI was thrust onto a throne he had never expected to occupy. He was shy, suffered from a serious stammer, and had no preparation for kingship. His daughter Elizabeth, who was 10 years old in 1936, suddenly became heir to the throne, fundamentally changing the trajectory of her life. The Duke and Duchess of Windsor lived in exile, mostly in France, for the rest of their lives. During World War II, there were disturbing episodes suggesting Nazi sympathies, including a meeting with Hitler in 1937 and communication with German officials during the war that bordered on treason. After the war, they lived quietly, hosting parties, traveling, and slowly fading from relevance. Edward died in 1972. Wallis lived until 1986, increasingly isolated and mentally deteriorating in her final years. The great romance that had cost Edward the throne ended not in tragedy, but in slow decline and irrelevance. The abdication showed that even in the 20th century, the monarchy could not survive a king who put personal desires ahead of duty. Edward VIII's affair with Wallis Simpson was not just a scandal. It was a constitutional crisis that fundamentally changed the British monarchy and brought a different line to the throne. Elizabeth II, who had become one of the longest reigning and most respected monarchs in British history, would never have become queen if her uncle Edward had not fallen in love with an unsuitable American woman. Moving forward through the mid-20th century, we encounter another forbidden romance. This one involving Edward VIII's niece. Princess Margaret was the younger daughter of George VI and sister to Queen Elizabeth II. She was beautiful, vivacious, and spirited, everything that post-war Britain wanted in a princess. And in the early 1950s, she fell in love with a man she could not marry. Group. Captain Peter Townsend was a Royal Air Force officer and war hero who had been appointed as an equerry to King George VI. He was handsome, charming, and 16 years older than Margaret. He was also divorced, which was the fatal problem. Divorce still carried enormous social stigma in the 1950s, and for a member of the royal family to marry a divorced person was considered impossible. Margaret and Townsend's relationship became public in 1953, around the time of Elizabeth II's coronation. The press noticed the way Margaret looked at Townsend during the coronation ceremony. Suddenly, the romance was front-page news. The public was fascinated. Here was a real-life fairy tale, a beautiful princess in love with a dashing war hero. The fact that he was divorced and the relationship was forbidden only made it more romantic. The government, the church, and the royal family all opposed the marriage. Under the Royal Marriages Act, Margaret needed the Queen's permission to marry before age 25. Elizabeth was sympathetic to her sister, but could not grant permission for Margaret to marry a divorced man. The Queen was supreme governor of the Church of England, which did not recognize divorce. Allowing her own sister to marry a divorce would be hypocritical and potentially damaging to the monarchy's moral authority. Margaret was told she could marry Townshend after she turned 25, but she would have to renounce her royal status, her titles, and her income from the civil list. She would effectively be banished from the royal family, just as her uncle Edward had been when he married Wallis Simpson. In October 1955, Margaret issued a statement announcing that she had decided not to marry Townshend. She said she had been mindful of the Church's teaching that Christian marriage is indissoluble and conscious of her duty to the Commonwealth. It was dignified and heartbreaking. Margaret had chosen duty over love, the opposite choice from her uncle Edward. Townshend went on to marry someone else. Margaret eventually married Anthony Armstrong Jones, a photographer, in 1960. The marriage was troubled from the start, marked by infidelities on both sides, and ended in divorce in 1978, making Margaret the first senior royal to divorce since Henry VIII. The irony was not lost on observers. She had given up the man she loved because he was divorced, only to end up divorced herself years later. Margaret's story shows how much and how little had changed since 1936. The monarchy still could not accept divorce in the 1950s. The Church still held moral authority over royal marriages. Public duty still had to trump personal happiness, but the punishment for defiance had softened. Where Edward VIII had been forced to abdicate and live in exile, or was simply told she would lose her royal status and income, it was still unacceptable, but at least it wasn't absolute banishment. From the 1950s, we move forward to the 1980s and 1990s, to what Queen Elizabeth II would call her annus horribilis, and to the most publicized royal scandal of the modern era, the marriage of Prince Charles and Princess Diana, and the affairs that destroyed it, dominated global media for more than a decade, and fundamentally changed how the world viewed the British monarchy. Charles, Prince of Wales, heir to the throne, married Lady Diana Spencer in July 1981 in what was billed as a fairy tale wedding. Diana was 19, beautiful, shy, and from an aristocratic family. Charles was 32, the most eligible bachelor in the world, and by all appearances, besotted with his young bride. The wedding was watched by 750 million people worldwide. It seemed perfect. It was anything but perfect. The marriage was troubled from the beginning, and at the heart of the trouble was another woman. Camilla Parker Bowles had been Charles's girlfriend in the early 1970s before his marriage to Diana. She was seen as unsuitable to be queen, partly because she was not from a grand enough family and partly because she was not a virgin, which was still apparently a requirement for a future queen in the 1970s. Almost everyone spent as much time thinking about the monarchy. Camilla married Andrew Parker Bowles in 1973. Charles eventually moved on and started courting Diana, but according to Diana's later testimony, Charles never really stopped loving Camilla. The night before Charles and Diana's wedding, Charles gave Camilla a bracelet with the initials G and F, standing for Gladys and Fred, pet names they had for each other. Diana saw the bracelet and was devastated, even before the marriage began. The affair between Charles and Camilla resumed, by most accounts, around 1986, about 5 years into Charles's marriage to Diana. Charles was unhappy in his marriage. Diana was young, emotionally needy, and suffering from bulimia and depression. They had completely different interests, different temperaments, different expectations of what marriage should be. Charles found comfort with Camilla, the woman he had loved first and probably never stopped loving. Diana was devastated when she realized Charles was having an affair. She later told a BBC interviewer that there were 3 people in her marriage, which made it a bit crowded. The comment became famous. But Diana did not remain faithful either. She had her own affairs, though whether they began before or after Charles's affair with Camilla resumed is disputed. In the exercise in 1899, a journalist named James Gilby recorded phone conversations with Diana, in which he called her squidgy dozens of times, and they discussed her unhappiness and her marriage. The tapes, which became known as Squidgygate, were published by tabloid newspapers in 1992, causing an enormous scandal. That same year, Andrew Morton published a book called Diana, Her True Story, which detailed Diana's bulimia, her suicide attempts, and Charles's affair with Camilla. The book was devastating. It shattered any remaining pretense that the Prince and Princess of Wales had a functioning marriage. What later emerged was that Diana had secretly cooperated with Morton, providing information through an intermediary. She wanted the world to know her side of the story. Then came Camillagate. In 1993, a transcript was published of an intimate phone conversation between Charles and Camilla, recorded in 1989. The conversation was sexually explicit and deeply embarrassing. At one point, Charles expressed a wish to live inside Camilla's trousers and joked about being reincarnated as her Tampax. It was humiliating for Charles, for Camilla, and for the monarchy. The future king had been caught on tape saying things that no one wanted to imagine him saying. In 1992, Charles and Diana formally separated. In 1994, Charles gave an authorized television interview in which he admitted to adultery after the marriage had irretrievably broken down. In 1995, Diana gave her own interview to BBC's Panorama program, in which she discussed her bulimia, her affair with James Hewitt, an army officer, and her doubts about whether Charles was fit to be king. The interview was watched by 23 million people in Britain alone. Diana came across as vulnerable, wounded, but also calculating and media savvy. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was using the media to wage war against the royal family, and she was winning the public relations battle decisively. In 1996, Charles and Diana divorced. Diana retained the title Princess of Wales but lost the style of Royal Highness. She continued her charity work and remained enormously popular with the public. But on August 31, 1997, she died in a car crash in Paris while being pursued by paparazzi. She was with Dodi Fayed, the son of Egyptian billionaire Mohammed Al Fayed, in what appeared to be a new romantic relationship. Diana's death caused an outpouring of grief unprecedented in modern British history. Millions of people lined the streets for her funeral. The royal family, who had been on holiday at Balmoral when Diana died and who initially seemed to be observing traditional protocols of private mourning, were criticized for being cold and out of touch. Queen Elizabeth II had to return to London and give a televised address acknowledging the public grief. The whole saga of Charles, Diana, and Camilla changed the monarchy permanently. The idea of the fairy tale royal marriage was shattered. The royals were revealed as dysfunctional, capable of the same marital failures as ordinary people. Diana's use of the media to tell her story showed that royals could no longer control their narrative the way they once had, and the public's reaction to Diana's death showed that the monarchy's survival depended on public affection, not just constitutional tradition. Charles eventually married Camilla in 2005, in a civil ceremony rather than a church wedding. Camilla took the title Duchess of Cornwall rather than Princess of Wales, which was seen as too closely associated with Diana. Public opinion about Camilla slowly softened over the years. When Charles became king in 2022 after Elizabeth II's death, Camilla became queen consort, though there had been earlier suggestions she might be known as princess consort to avoid controversy. The Charles and Diana saga showed how royal affairs had evolved in the age of mass media. This wasn't a scandal that could be hushed up or managed through traditional means. It played out on television, in newspapers, in tabloids around the world. It involved leaked phone calls, tell-all books, confessional interviews. Both Charles and Diana used the media as weapons in their marital war, and the casualties included not just their own happiness and their children's privacy, but also the dignity and mystery that had traditionally surrounded the monarchy. From the War of the Waleses, we move to another scandal from the same period, one involving Charles's brother Andrew. Prince Andrew, Duke of York, was Elizabeth's second son. He had served in the Royal Navy and had been seen as the fun, accessible royal, in contrast to his more serious older brother. He married Sarah Ferguson in 1986, and they had 2 daughters before divorcing in 1996. But Andrew's real scandal came much later, in the 2010s, when his friendship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein became public. Epstein was an American financier who had been convicted of soliciting prostitution from a minor in 2008 and served a brief jail sentence. Despite this conviction, Andrew maintained his friendship with Epstein. In 2011, Andrew was photographed walking with Epstein in New York's Central Park, shortly after Epstein's release from prison. The photograph caused enormous controversy. Why was a British prince associating with a convicted sex offender? Andrew claimed he was merely trying to break off the friendship in person, though critics pointed out that walking through Central Park didn't seem like an effective way to end a friendship discreetly. The scandal deepened when Virginia Giuffre, one of Epstein's victims, claimed that she had been trafficked by Epstein and forced to have sex with Prince Andrew on multiple occasions, starting when she was 17. Andrew denied the allegations completely. The matter simmered for years, occasionally making headlines but not reaching crisis proportions. Then in 2019, Epstein was arrested again on new charges of sex trafficking. He died by apparent suicide in his jail cell in August 2019, though conspiracy theories about his death immediately proliferated. With Epstein dead, attention turned to his associates, including Prince Andrew. In November 2019, Andrew gave a television interview to BBC's Newsnight program, attempting to clear his name. The interview was a disaster. Andrew showed no empathy for Epstein's victims. He offered bizarre alibis, including claiming he couldn't have been at the location where Giuffre said they met because he was at a Pizza Express in Woking with his daughter. He claimed he couldn't have been sweating during an alleged encounter with Giuffre because he had a medical condition at the time that prevented him from sweating, a condition he said he'd developed from being shot at during the Falklands War. Public reaction to the interview was overwhelmingly negative. Andrew came across as entitled, tone-deaf, and dishonest. Within days, he was forced to step back from royal duties. Major charities and organizations cut ties with him. He effectively disappeared from public life. In 2022, Virginia Giuffre sued Andrew in civil court in New York. Andrew settled the case out of court for an undisclosed sum, reported to be around £12 million. The settlement included no admission of guilt, but the fact that he paid such an enormous sum was seen by many as an acknowledgement that the case against him was strong. Andrew's scandal is different from the other royal affairs we've discussed because it's not about love, or even lust in the romantic sense. It's about allegations of sexual abuse, about exploitation, about a prince who allegedly used his position and privilege to take advantage of vulnerable young women. Whether the allegations are true is something Andrew continues to deny, but what's undeniable is that his association with Epstein and his disastrous handling of the scandal have permanently damaged his reputation and removed him from public life. The Andrew scandal also shows how much more accountable the royals have become in the modern era. A century ago, such allegations might never have become public. 50 years ago, they might have been quietly settled without media attention. But in the age of social media, investigative journalism, and movements like Me Too, even princes cannot escape scrutiny. Andrew's fall from grace was swift, public, and total. We've traveled through more than a century of royal scandal, from Prince Albert Victor and the Cleveland Street Affair to Edward VII's numerous mistresses, from Edward VIII's abdication for Wallis Simpson to Princess Margaret's forbidden love for Peter Townsend. From Charles and Diana's very public marital breakdown to Prince Andrew's association with Jeffrey Epstein. These scandals reveal how profoundly the monarchy has changed. Victoria's reign represented a high point of royal moral authority, with the Queen and Prince Albert embodying domestic virtue. By the end of the Victorian era, that moral authority was already being undermined by scandals like the Cleveland Street affair that touched even the royal family. The 20th century brought mass media, first newspapers and radio, then television and the internet. Royal privacy became increasingly difficult to maintain. Edward VIII's abdication played out over radio and in newspapers worldwide. Charles and Diana's marriage collapsed in front of television cameras and tabloid photographers. Prince Andrew's scandal spread across social media and was dissected in real time on Twitter and news websites. The nature of the scandal changed, too. Earlier scandals were often about appropriate versus inappropriate marriages, about mistresses and illegitimate children, about personal behavior that violated social norms. Modern scandals increasingly involve questions of abuse of power, of exploitation, of whether royals are using their position to harm others or escape consequences. The public's relationship with the monarchy has changed as well. In the Victorian era, most people accepted that royals lived by different rules and that their private lives were none of the public's business. By the late 20th century, the public felt entitled to know everything about royal lives. Diana's popularity came partly from her willingness to reveal her struggles, to appear vulnerable and human. The public rewarded honesty and punished what they saw as stuffiness or dishonesty. The constitutional position of the monarchy has also evolved. Modern British monarchs have almost no political power. They reign but do not rule. Their role is largely ceremonial and symbolic. But this makes their personal behavior more important in some ways, not less. If the monarchy's only real function is to embody national values and provide continuity and stability, then personal scandals that undermine those values threaten the institution's very reason for existing. Elizabeth II, who reigned for 70 years until her death in 2022, learned the lessons of these scandals. She maintained an almost complete silence about her personal life. She never gave an interview about her marriage or her feelings. She kept her opinions on political matters private. She embodied duty, service, and discretion. In doing so, she rebuilt much of the respect and affection for the monarchy that had been damaged by earlier scandals. But even Elizabeth could not prevent scandals in her children's generation. 3 of her 4 children divorced. Charles's affair with Camilla and Andrew's association with Epstein both caused enormous damage. The next generation, including Prince William and Prince Harry, have had their own challenges with media intrusion and public scandal, though of different kinds. The story of British royal affairs, from Prince Albert Victor to Prince Andrew, is ultimately a story about changing times, changing values, and the difficult relationship between an ancient institution and modern democratic society. The monarchy has survived these scandals, adapting and evolving, sometimes learning from mistakes and sometimes repeating them. Whether it will continue to survive depends partly on whether future royals can navigate the impossible balance between being relatable and being special, between being human and being symbols, between having private lives and living in the constant glare of public attention. The affairs and scandals we've explored across 4 parts of this journey, from medieval kings seducing noblemen's wives to modern princes entangled with convicted criminals, show us that power and desire have always been complicated partners. They show us that personal choices can have historical consequence, and they show us that even in the 21st century, even in an age of democracy and accountability, we remain fascinated by the private lives of public figures, especially when those figures wear crowns.